Hi everyone. Good day, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you're joining us from. And how are you all doing? How are you doing? Hi, Ernest. Interestingly enough, Ernest was here, left his chat a message even before the stream started. That is wonderful. Thank you, Ernest, for joining us. How are you doing? Hi, Tembesiri. It's been a while. You're welcome back. Pascal, how are you doing, Pascal? And Tracy, welcome, Tracy. Yeah, and happy new month to everyone. Hinok, welcome. So now we have two Tracys. Okay, Tracy with an E and Tracy without an E. Hi, everyone. Welcome. Great to have you all join us today. Why are you tired on a Monday? Hey, I was coming to say on a Monday morning. Anyway, so it's Monday morning for me. So I'm wondering why you'll be tired on a Monday morning. But then I know by now it's like 3 or 4 p.m. at your end, right? So, oh no, you are in South Africa. So that should be like, is it 2 p.m. or, yeah? Oh, power cuts. Sorry then. You had to defer. That's quite unfortunate. But then, what can we do? All right, everyone. I'm so excited for this new month. And I just look back. I think yesterday during my reflections, I was thinking about when the year started. And it's been only like yesterday when the year started and we're planning for the year. Now we are in the 10th month of the year. And very soon the year is going to end. I know a lot of us, when the year starts like that, we have a lot of goals, we make a lot of resolutions, and also we plan like that. There are a lot of things that we want to achieve in the course of the year, and for some of us, we even go to the extent of writing them down. But as the year goes on, time changes and then we begin to forget all those wonderful things that we wanted to achieve in the course of the year. So it is only appropriate for us to take some time almost every month to reflect on the past months and maybe days, and also the ones ahead, and plan towards it. Hi Erasmus, welcome. So what I'm saying right now is that yes, we've entered a new month. Tom, welcome. And we are all happy that we've entered the month. But I think one important thing that we need to do, and I don't know if every one of you has done it or is doing it, what we need to do is to have some sort of reflections on the past months, at least, if for nothing at all, the months that just passed. Then you start planning for the months ahead. All right. And the reflection should be centered around what exactly did I do or achieve in the past month? What, and out of the things I was able to do, what's like the things that I should be able to repeat in this coming months. Indeed, welcome. Yes, so very, very important. And I have been trying my best to make that into a habit. It's not easy. I agree that it's not easy, but then gradually it becomes better, and you need to start from somewhere. So please let's why Indeed, what are you saying? Someone is such a hypocrite. What's the yeah? So what I'm talking about is that at the end of every month. So this is let me share with you. Previously, I used to do monthly reflections, then planning for the next month. So I do my previous month in review and a plan for the following month. And I was usually struggling to do this. So what I decided to do now was to try do weekly. Then eventually I've started doing daily reflections. Okay, so it goes a long way because almost every day I'm taking just a couple of seconds to reflect on the day, the things that I did right, what I could have done better, where I wasted time, things that I should optimize, at least just get an idea of these things before the following day, so that I know that if there are things that I need to repeat from my previous day, I just have to repeat those ones. Then, if there are things that I do not have to repeat, then I don't repeat them. Then, the other thing I did was to also engage someone else for the monthly reviews so that we have it together, we discuss it, and we plan for the month. So I'm very excited about this new month. And once you are all in this community with us all together, I think it is one thing that we also have to build as a habit. Let's try our best to build this into a habit. Reflections is very important. There is a saying that the unexamined life is not worth living. So let's take some time, at least if for nothing at all, try and do it every month. So at the end of every month, take at least, you can even use that weekend that leads into it doesn't always end in a weekend, but at least you can plan it that the weekend, the last weekend of every month, you're going to take account of your life, which is very, very important. A lot of us just live life without doing these things. So I hope that this is something that we all can do, and it gives you insight into your own life. Yeah, so let me introduce you to something I was thinking about yesterday during my reflections, and I wrote about it. I'm going to share my screen soon, but let me read the messages. Then basically, sorry to hear about you having to defer, but then let it not get to you. I mean, see it as some of the challenges that you are going through. And I always say that in life, when you go through life smoothly without stories, your life is boring. You know, when there is those ups and downs, that makes it very interesting, especially when you look at it in hindsight and start talking about it. Eventually you overcome all of these challenges, you become like one of the best software engineers out there building products, and people are calling you everywhere to speak about the wonderful things you are doing, and you start telling the story of how, because of power fluctuations and these things, you were you had to even defer, like those makes the story real and interesting. Okay, when you're going through it, it's very challenging and quite difficult for you to compose yourself and keep going. But when you've been able to succeed beyond the odds, then you look back to it and you see that, yeah, I mean, it was challenging, but then by God's grace, I've been able to achieve this, and I'm really glad. I think those of you who were here on the last stream, that was last Thursday, I shared some personal stories with you about how challenging my past has been, but then I'm very happy right now. And when I think back to the year that I felt was the worst year of my life, I realized that that was the year that really trained me to become who I have become today. So I'm very much appreciative of that year. So yes, maybe you will not get to see the blessings in this because it doesn't look like a blessing in any way, but please hold on to it, keep going, and challenge yourself. Say, yes, these are the challenges that we're going through, but we're going to go past this challenge and become who I've set my mind to become. And it's possible. So keep going. Let me see. Uh, Erasmus says reflection is something I alone do when things go really bad, but I have to change. Yeah, so I think that's the point. And a lot of us, it is when we hit the wall that we sit back to now think through things. So it's very important for us to now cultivate that habit of l- trying to, examine our life, right? Accountability is key in everything that you are doing. Without accountability, it's very difficult to succeed. So let's take accounts of our own lives. I'm going to share with you something soon, then we'll look at it. Says Indimo says, how was you looking for this session? I find you here at NS. Indeed, what are you talking about? I really don't know. Oh, so the two of you wanted to come here and okay. It's fine. Please relax. Tracy says it's always good to reflect on the past month so we can probably plan on the following months. Very important. Very, very important. So yeah, let's do our best with that. Tracy says I oh, you missed the last stream. Yeah, I think it was the latter part of the stream. I was even about to end when someone asked the question. The question was around my motivation for writing those blogs and whether it's just a habit or something, I think. And I had to share the experience, like when ever started writing and what's happened, why I started, and all those things that I've done in the past. But going forward, I look forward to sharing more with you, and just as a source of inspiration, because when you're going through these things, usually they feel like you are in hell, like it's very difficult. But if you stay true to yourself and you're able to overcome them, when the story changes, it becomes like a good thing to look back on. Now I can look back on those days and laugh, but it didn't used to be like that. Erasmus says, yeah, the saying goes that if your life goes smoothly and easy, then you have not started living. I see. You'd be great, my brother, trust me. Yeah, the challenges are there, and if you're able to overcome them, that is where growth is, right? Where growth is. And I always say that when I have anyone who has it like relatively worse than I do, and the person is able to get to a level where I am, I respect those people a lot. You know, for instance, I think I've said it on this stream before. Going to school, we know that there are some schools that are rated higher than others. So if you go to a less rated school as compared to mine, but then we eventually end up getting like the same result or something close to what I got, you are one person that I respect a lot, because irrespective of the fact that you didn't go to like the best school, you still managed to do this. So yeah, let's keep going. It's going to work out for us. Oh, Ernest, are you serious? Can you imagine? So maybe you are not aware of the, how is it called, the structure here. I am If you say I should look at you, it means my camera is on this side, right? And the screens and the chat are here on my screen. So I won't be able to just look at it. If I want to, then I can't read your chat. I'm using my phone as my camera. So it isn't any sort of disrespect. Oh no, so you're welcome. This is not a regular live session where I come to teach or anything. It's a study with our stream. I'm working, I'm studying, and we are all doing it together. Everyone is also studying on their own. That is how come I don't have the camera looking at me and talking. This is just me on my screen. Okay, I'm coming. Let me show you. Okay. So this is my setup. As you can see, I'm reading the charts from here. Right. These are the charts, and this is the setup. But then my camera is on the side. Okay. So sorry about that. All right. Wow. Erasmus is going through divorce, attending to my sick son, going to school every weekend, working at the hospital as a lab tech with ALS now, with CIL Academy also. Wow. Oh, man. That's really a lot to go through. But yeah, I feel that it's not easy in the moment when you are going through all of these things. It's really not easy, but just keep your head up and keep fighting for what you really want. Eventually you look back to all that happened, and you'll be grateful for staying true to yourself and not giving up in life. Yeah. Ha 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 ha. Anyway, I'm happy to hear that all going through all of these things, you are still motivated to keep going. That's like the best thing. See, everyone, like, let me tell you this. I may not have gone places. I'm not like the like super successful. Hey, I'm just a regular guy who is trying my best to help as much as I can in any way that I can. All right. But what I can say is that everyone's life has that kind of up and down. You know, there is this thought process. Like, hold on, I need to set this camera well, because when I'm having like work meetings and stuff, I don't want the second screen to display. All right, because of confidentiality issues. So let me do my setting well. Okay, so I think this is okay. All right. Just as I was saying, like, it's sad that sometimes, like, poor people think that rich people do not have problems, and rich people think that poor people do not have problems. But the reality is that everybody has problems, except that everyone's problem is different. Okay, so, like, for instance, you see me here every day. I'm excited. Trying to motivate you and all. It doesn't mean that my life is smooth. I don't have any challenges and all of that. I have my own set of challenges, but for me, I think now what I've done is I've chosen to see the positive side of life all the time. Like, no matter how dark it is, eventually light will come. But if I give up in the dark, there's no way I can see the light. So I always want to keep myself motivated to get out of that dark and see the light. But the funny thing is that you see the light will be there for a while. There's going to be another darkness, which probably is one that you've not seen. And that's nature, that's life. That's how come we even have day and night, right? So today It's the first and the only 2nd October 2023 that you would ever see. So at this very moment, this very time, this is the first and only time that you will see this particular moment. But there's going to be darkness soon, right? And that darkness will eventually pass. There's going to be day, that kind of thing. So this, whenever you have hope, is really a good thing. Like that something is eventually going to end, irrespective of how long it takes, is going to end. And yeah, let me show you what I wanted to show you. Share my screen. And it says, I feel your pain, brother. I lost my job in January and went through hell. Sorry to hear that, NS. And yeah, it's going to get better. It can only get better. You know, when I was in primary 5 or so, primary 5 or 6, my English teacher taught me a poem that says, if I remember accurately, says that he who is down needs fear no fall. So you're going through hell, like you're down right now. There's no need to fear the worst, because you're going through the worst. And even if it gets worse, like you're already going through it, right? So the only thing you can dream up of should be like, how do I get out of this? And how do I make it such that I quickly in, like I'm up again, you know? Yeah. Tracy, I totally agree. Like in the moment it's very difficult, you know. But sometimes I take inspiration from a scripture in the Bible that was mentioned that Jesus set his eyes on the crown set before him, and he endured the pain and the scorn of the cross, like something like that, you know. And I tend to try my best to picture like that perfect life that I'm looking for and look onto it, and that keeps me going, you know, because I really know it's very difficult, especially when you don't know where help is coming from, right? But let's create, I think, I don't know, but for me it helps when I have that euphoric state that I can dream about. Like eventually I know that if I stay true to myself, if I keep doing the things I'm doing, if I keep getting better every day, eventually I'm going to get to this state. So irrespective of the challenges I'm going through right now, I can get there. Right. So I really understand and appreciate that it isn't easy, but then hey, it is possible. Right. The probability may seem low right now, but it's not going to always be that low. There are things that can improve the chances of succeeding at it, getting out of the problem and all. Sometimes all you need is time. Like sometimes that is all you need. But then how long am I going to wait? I can't tell. So I just need something to keep that hope alive till help comes. Otherwise, you die before help comes. Like die not in the sense of dying physically, but depending on the situation you are in, you would have probably given up, given into something that's is not good for you, listening to the wrong people. I think one other story in the Bible that gives me inspiration and I love so much is the story of Job. And I see that when Job was going through all of these challenges, even though he had his hope in God and trusted that God can do it, he couldn't foresee what God was going to do for him. So it was very difficult. If I put myself in his shoes, I'm like, no, like this is really very difficult to think past when you are at the point of death, you know. but eventually everything changed around, and that's what I want to feel like. For me, now I know the stories of people that it has happened to and they've been able to go through it successfully. So I want to believe that it is possible for me as well. And for that matter, let me create that, euphoric state that I'm talking about. Like that, the end goal that I'm looking at. Okay, eventually this whole thing is going to turn around. I'm going to have this, I'll have that, I'll have this. And let me have that picture vividly on my, like, be imprinted on my mind all the time, so that I can look up to that, you know. So for instance, Christ knowing, based on what scripture says, Christ knowing that there is a crown set before me if I do this, or this is the end goal. Even though I'm going through pain right now, my pain is for the sake of this. That gives you motivation to keep going. So let's always have that kind of internal motivation. Anyway, let me show you something on the screen right now. So yesterday, during my reflections, one of the things that I thought about was knowing thyself. The initial title that I gave it was Man Know Thyself, but How? Because we hear a lot about knowing, like, man, know thyself, and it's very important. And I realize that a lot of the things we go through, like, this is personal reflection, this is things happening in my own life, and when I think through them, have some of these discussions, that, like, right now the discussions that we're having is making me reflect on things and thinking through them, and now sharing what I think may be helpful to you, right? So those are usually the inspiration for these things that I write. So for those of you who are yet to check them out, please do pay some attention to some of the things that I write. That's usually when I'm doing my reflection. I say that this is my public diary. So I'm not really looking for, like, numbers, people coming to read it or anything, but then it helps me reflect on my own life and write out things that will be a guide for me as an individual. So what I talked about yesterday, which I'd want you to take a read, is that the truth is that a lot of us do not really know ourselves. And that's the truth. Like, a lot of us do not know ourselves. And how do we even know that you know yourself or not? When I started thinking through it, it crossed my mind that there have been a couple of times where I'm filling out a form and I was asked to talk about my weaknesses. And I really struggled to come up with any weakness. Like, what is my weakness? Like, I don't know. If they ask me to write my strengths, I can give you like a whole book full. But then I can't give you my weaknesses. Why is that? And I want to believe that I'm not the only one, because I know that it is common amongst the people in my own circle. So let me know. No, let me try and do just a quick poll right now. Please let me know in the chats. Do you really know your weakness? It's a yes or no answer. Like, if I ask you to give me 10 of your weaknesses, do you know them? Yes or no? I'm just curious. So please help me satisfy my curiosity right now. Yes or no? Do you really know your weaknesses? That if you are applying for a job right now and they ask you to write out your weaknesses, are you going to be able to just list them out, or do you have to now start thinking and writing out things, or researching, going to ChatGPT to ask ChatGPT? I'm being asked to provide my weaknesses. What are examples of weaknesses that I can write? You go to Google and go and search for that. Okay, Tom says no. I see. Okay. Please, I'm really curious. Please do not, if you are on the stream, please go ahead and tell me whether it's a yes or no. I really want to see if what I'm thinking, if it is only me or it is something that's really the truth. Okay, so Tony Blaze says yes, you do. That's great. Good to know that you do know your weaknesses. Please, please, please go ahead. Tell me in the chat. And I'm going to say something afterwards. So 10 weaknesses, hell no. Okay. Tracy says kinda. Right. Hmm. Yeah. But in all this, I think the only reason is because we do not. Kelvin. Hi Kelvin. Welcome. Yeah, so it says not really. I think the only reason why this is really the case is because John Issa, you also do not know. Okay. Yeah, you're welcome anyway. Today I'm seeing some new names in the chat. So, like, after I finish talking about this, I introduce you all to the community. But let's continue with this. So the truth is that it's because we hardly reflect on our lives. We hardly account for the things we do. We just wake up and live life. Even if we are planning, we are just planning what to do, but we hardly take account of what we have done. And we hardly sit down to analyze those things. But okay, Christian says, I know 50%, but I realize it all depends on the environment. Okay. Yeah, so if the interesting thing is, let's trace this thing. If I ask you right now to tell me the weaknesses of your close friend, your father, your mother, do you know that you wouldn't even think about it? You talk about what they have wrong. Like, you don't have to think about it. Tell me about one thing you don't like about your close friend. You start rattling it. But if I ask you, tell me one thing you don't like about yourself, you haven't even thought about it. So your brain automatically analyzes people. The moment you meet them, like for instance, somebody who is seeing me for the first time on this live stream already is forming an opinion about me based on what I'm saying or what they are hearing me say. And already they're analyzing me, whether they like me or not. What exactly do they not like about me? Why is this guy talking to the screen and not looking at me? Like, this guy is arrogant. Why can he say this? Or this guy is very calm. Like, they are forming ideas about you, and eventually they are able to tell that no, I don't like this guy for this reason. But we do not look back. Unfortunately, our eye is just pointed to people. It doesn't look into us ourselves. So we do not look back at ourselves and tell ourselves that no, Obed, this thing that you did, it's not good. I mean, I don't like it about you. And next time you should probably do this, do that. Okay, so that is one key pointer to the fact that we hardly know ourselves. And in life, almost everything that you do really boils down to knowing yourself if you want to succeed in that. If you really want to succeed in it, please, you have to start by knowing yourself. It's not everything that is for you. You can't be at all places. But then, if you really know yourself and understand yourself, then you can always go for what is good for you. I mean, there are times that you may have to compromise and all, but a lot of the challenges we go through, and this is based on my own reflections, my own life. I feel that some of the decisions I've taken in the past, which I don't really regret because I've learned the lessons from them, were because I didn't really know myself, And one of the ways now I try to get to know myself really is to engage the people who are closest to me and ask them, Like, what do you think about this? I find out that I do these things a lot. Do you really like them? What don't you like about me? Like, be frank with me. So please try and take a read of this. At least it's a short write. Most of these reflections that I do are just very short. So here are a few steps that I mentioned, and one of which is finding an accountability partner, which I'm sharing with you that that's what I personally have started doing, trying to engage people and like someone in my life who can be frank with me, give me like the honest, brutal answer. You know, don't lie to me. Tell me the truth. This thing that I did or these things that I do, are you happy with them? What do I do that pisses you off? But because you like me or you don't want to hurt me, you don't say it. Now tell me. Like, I'm willing to understand my own self. I want to. So use other people as your mirror. I think that's the point. Like, I didn't even think about it. Use other people as your mirror. Okay, because your eye can see what's in the mirror, but it's difficult to see what's inside you. So when other people now begin to tell you about yourself, then you get to appreciate, oh, okay, so this is how I am. Maybe this is not who I want to be. Then you can start taking steps to change those ones. And don't stick to the fact that, oh, this is how I am, or this is who I am. I mean, who you are, how you are, has been formed based on your experiences. And I like the fact that Christian mentioned the environment. So the ideology that you have, the perception that you have about yourself is based on your own environment. And the interesting part is that if you grew up in a different environment, you are likely to have had a different perception about life as you have now. So that means that if this was formed based on the environment, it means that you can equally change that environment to suit the personality that you want to become. I hope that is thinking. So your environment and the things that you've been exposed to, your previous experiences has accumulated into who you think you are right now. And you need to start paying attention to it, then redirecting it and saying that, okay, this is who I am now, but this is not who I really want to be. So set that who you want to be picture and say, okay, this is the who I want to be. Now let me start working. What exactly do I need to do to get to this point of who I want to be? I hope it is thinking. Very, very important. Don't just take life as it is and, oh, this is who I am. Like someone like myself, big introvert. It's very difficult for me to walk into a room and start a conversation with people. I would have, by default, be the guy that is always on my own. I don't like to engage people. I don't like talking. I'm on my own and all. But I realize that this is not who I want to be. You know, that was my nature based on where I grew up. In the family where I grew up, I wasn't allowed to go out, go make friends. Even my friends were scared of coming to our house. So you are always on your own, alone doing your own stuff. So it was normal for me to become like that introvert, you know. But eventually I had to make the decision to want to grow out of that. Because eventually, like, the end goal for me is to live a life of impact. And if you want to be able to impact people, you need the people. Like, you need to get to where the people are before you can impact them. You can't be in your own shell and expect to impact people. So that is how I started broadening up, learning how to speak, learning how to do all of these things, right? So very important. Let's start by this month. It's a new month, and that's why I'm throwing this out to you all. Let's start this month by trying to understand ourselves and like getting to really know ourselves and know what our shortcomings are and what our strengths are. But then also get an idea of who in totality who we are right now, but more importantly who we want to become. And when I'm talking about who you want to become, not necessarily like, oh, I want to become the president of this country, I want to become the next this. No, not that. Like you as an individual, maybe the very little things that you do, is that really how you want to, how do you want to be communicating to people, how do you want people to perceive you, all of those things, right? Let's start looking at them. So this is who I am right now. This is really my current state, but then the future perfect state for me is this. So what exactly do I need to do to get there? See, I wanted to get good on camera, be able to talk on camera. Today, I get up every day and I'm here. I talk throughout the day. Like for 6 hours that we are here, during the break sessions, I'm able to talk. And anytime, any day, when I pick a camera, I can really do it. But it wasn't like that. See, I'm the kind of guy that in primary 5 was called to church to come and read a Bible. Like I was given even the reading in advance and I had to run away. Like I was in church, I ran away, and the beating that my father beat me that day, I'll never forget. Before the next Sunday, I went to read, you know. But the point I'm making here is that I had to make a conscious effort to say, hey, like this is the life I want to live. I want to be able to appear in public and speak. Like you, if you've realized, when I come here and I talk, I don't have any script anywhere that I'm looking into to talk. And that's what I decided some time back. You are on my channel watching this. You can go and check. I've still not taken down the first YouTube video I published on this channel. I've not taken it down because I go back to it to see where I started from. And that particular video is such that I had even planned what I wanted to say. I'd written it down, memorized it, and was about to say it on camera, but I struggled. The video is not more than 4 minutes. I don't remember the exact length, but probably averagely around 4 minutes or so. But I struggled. It took us like several hours to shoot that 4 minutes video. My younger brother was holding the camera and I was in the room trying to talk, but then I'll keep forgetting things that I've memorized and all. And I got some comments from people around me saying all sort of things, right? But eventually I decided that I don't want to be that kind of person that has to rely on scripts to do videos. Like I want to get to that point where I can get up on any stage at any point in time and communicate with a live audience without necessarily having to have written a script. And this is how I started training myself. There are times that I wake up in my own room. I'm just there and I'm talking as if there are people there and I'm talking to them. You know, I picture an audience that I'm speaking to and I want to believe that this is the kind of person I want to be. And that is how I've been able to train myself to get here. I'm not saying that I've gotten to like my peak. I've not gotten to the exact place I want to be, but I can see that I am on that path because I've already thought about it and I'm always creating the plans to get me to that point in time where exactly I want to get to. So please, this month, our assignment is to start every single day. If you can't do it daily, you can do it weekly. Start before you sleep. At least take some 5 minutes before you sleep. Once you lay on the bed, do a reflection. This today, what exactly did you do from the time you woke up? What did you do when you woke up? And through to the highlights of the day and learn about yourself. So now see yourself as if it was a movie that you were watching. See how when you are watching a movie, you are able to pinpoint that no, this guy is wrong. He shouldn't have done this. No, this thing that he's doing. No, 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 no. You should no, don't do this. Especially football fans. When you are watching the football, you know that these are like senior players who have been playing for years, but you know better because you are sitting behind the screen and watching, so you can guide them. So now the reflection should have you as that character in the movie or on the pitch playing the ball, and you as the spectator. So when you are lying in bed and you are doing your reflection, you are the spectator looking at what you did in the day. So you are replaying that. It's as if you were watching the football again or that movie again. Then you should be able to tell what went wrong, what you should do better or with, and all of that. And I believe that that will go a long way to help us. All right, let me read the chats. It says, I realize you still have the Twitter icon on your pages. Change it to X. Just I know, right? I mean, I'm not the one who is supposed to change this now. They have to change it everywhere. Then we know that we are no longer on Twitter. We are no longer Twitter bets anyway. Yeah. Tracy said, I recently read about the Tombstone Legacy by Dr. Jim. Loa. It is an interesting concept. This is the first time I'm hearing it, so I'll probably also look at it. Let me copy this, add it to my notes. Okay, let me just put it here. All right, so I'll look at it. Oh, it's called the Tombstone Principle. All right, I'll really look at it. I haven't heard about it. Is the name Halifa? Halifi. Oh my. It says, hi doc, I'm new to your channel and to software engineer. If you can, please, can you make a video where you help us break down programming problems? Like break down a question and how to answer it. All right. You're welcome. Is that oh, so there is an L after the H. How am I supposed to pronounce that? Oh my. It's the H silence. Those of you who did a lot of grammar, you can help me. Do you pronounce the H or you don't pronounce the H? Or is it the L that you don't pronounce? Or I should go with, is it the same name will be pronounced as Gasaku? Go. Oh my. I really need to improve on my pronunciations, really, especially when it comes to names that I'm not familiar with. Oh, the HL sounds like TL. Wow. Please. You need to record an audio of the pronunciation for me. Then I'll try. Anyway, yeah, you're welcome to the stream and the community as well. With regards to breaking down the problem, mostly when people say that, I think they are referring to specifically the ALS tax if you are in ALX, which I do not know whether you are in ALX or not. But that is not something that you can generalize. However, I think even on the stream I've talked about it a couple of times, and I think there is a YouTube video. I did a live session with some ALS students. So if it is ALS specific, where I walk them through how I tackle ALS tax, and that should be on my channel. So if it is with respect to ALS, I think you should be able to take a look at that. Otherwise, I think there is also a video on my channel where I did, let me see, YouTube slash Ehonia Obed. Let's see this. Oh, at at Eonia Obed. Yep. So there should be a video where okay. No. So there are videos where are solving a technical problem. So at least you get to see my thoughts process in those ones. Yeah, something like this. Through some lead code solution explained in Python. I'm pretty sure I would have talked about how I attempted it. Let's see. The session I held with some of the students. Oh my, is that? Can't even find it. I think it was cohort 9 also. Let me search for cohorts. Yeah, this particular. Oh, so it was a live stream on YouTube. So it was a live stream. My experience as ALS software engineering student and how I study. So I think in here, even though it's a long video, you can skip through it and find the place where I was going through how I tackle some of the tasks. Okay. But then, hey, we are happy to talk about these things during our break sessions. It's a Monday morning, and I've taken close to 1 hour to have. I mean, it's a Monday morning for me. I've taken close to 1 hour to have this discussion, and I'm happy about it. And I hope you all have picked a thing or two from the discussion that we've had today. And also, preparing yourselves for this new month. We need to get a lot of things done. So now let me just take the opportunity to welcome those of you who are joining us for the first time. We are happy to have you here with us. And once again, we are trying to build a community of lifelong learners, community of people who are motivated to get things done. And you really want to make an impact in the lives of people with your knowledge. Over here in this community, we all believe that knowledge and skills separates the boys from men, and we have adapted that as our mantra. At least for the time being, that is the mantra that we use. Knowledge and skills separates the boys from the men. So every time that we gather together daily, like Monday to Friday, we are here, and we are here for close to 5 or 6 hours where we are learning, and during the breaks we discuss things, answer questions. Yeah, any conversation at all, we're happy to have it during the break. The thing is, we want to make learning fun, and we want to keep ourselves motivated to keep learning so that we are able to really achieve a lot in this life, right? So if you are interested in joining us on daily basis and also being a member of that community, we highly welcome you to join us. I'm about to drop a link in the chat. The link is ehoniaobed.com/swm, where SWM means, oh, I thought I was typing here. Welcome. Where SWM stands for steady with me. So ehoniaobed.com/swm. I've dropped the link in the chat so you can use that link to sign up. But when you go to the form to sign up, you would find a link to the WhatsApp group, which we are in. Then you can click on that to join us in the WhatsApp group. All right, quite interesting day, and I'm really excited about it. It's a journey of self-discovery begins today for every one of us. Please take it serious, discover yourself. Really, like, ask yourself questions like, what's my motivation for doing this? Why at all did I even do this? Why did I think this way? Why did I, like, ask a lot of whys? you know, because sometimes we do it, a lot of things we do it by default. Start being curious about why you say the things you say the way you say them. Okay, so why at all do you want to learn software engineering? Why are you interested in tech? Eh, there is something that we call the five whys. If you really want to understand why something is happening, they say try at least the five whys. So you start by asking. So for instance, I want to learn software engineering. Somebody tells me I want to learn software engineering. My first question is, why do you want to learn software engineering? Then you say, because it is my passion. I know people say that kind of thing, because it's my passion. Then the next question is, why is it your passion? Because I love to build things, but why do you love to build things? You know, ask yourself those questions. And these are questions that you should answer frankly, like be truthful to yourself. This is you trying to figure out what is really going on in your own life. So respond to them as frankly as possible and ask a lot of why. So today when I woke up, why did I decide to pray? Why did I decide to exercise? Why did I decide to go get water? Like, don't just live life passively. Things are just happening and you don't know why. Okay, start questioning all of those things, and hey, you are going to enlighten yourself for the future that is ahead of you. At least that is what I am doing. And I keep saying that I'm not an expert in anything, but I share what works for me and what I'm doing. Okay, so that if it's working for me, it's likely to work for people who are in similar situations as myself, and therefore it may work for you as well. All right. Hi, Phyllis. Says hello, doctor. I have a quick question. How do you scribble effectively during whiteboarding? I really struggle when using my fingertips to scribble on my Google Jamboard. Oh, I use a tablet. Like I use a writing tablet. I hope you can see it. So when I was those times when I was doing graphic design, I was using this tablet. So now that is what I used to write on it. I don't use my fingers. But even with that, I mean my handwriting when I'm writing in real life is nowhere comparable to what you see on the screen. I still struggle to write on screen. I think the Surface Pro is better. Like my notes from the Surface Pro, that one, it's more like an exercise book, and my pen is on it and I'm writing. So I feel it's way better than on my writing tablet. But then yeah, that's how I got with it. Hi Mayowa, welcome. And Joseph, welcome. So Mayowa, Joseph, I don't know. I'm guessing you just joined. So you've missed a lot because we've done like 1 hour discussion. And it's an interesting discussion that I would love you all to rewatch. So please make some time and watch that discussion. And yeah, you'd I think it will go a long way to help you. Now time is up. We need to start our first focus session. Felix says I would look up the Surface Pro. Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, so with it, I don't know. I hope you can see it. This is like the Surface Pro. So it's more of a tablet and a laptop together. So you see a two-in-one machine. I even did an unboxing video on the channel. So you can check that video out. You see what it looks like. But I like it now because this setup I cannot go out with it. Right? Like it's a whole setup and I only get access to it when I'm in the room. But I use the Surface Pro when I'm on the go. So when I'm going for lectures and things, that's where I write my notes in. And usually when I close or I take breaks and I'm in the kitchen or moving around, I just carry it around and use it. Do I have a job? Oh my. That's interesting. So when you check the stream, the title of the stream, at least it should give you an idea that I'm working. And just by sitting here, I'm about to start working right now. I mean, I've been working even before joining the stream. So we're going to go into focus session where everyone is either working or learning. I will be working. So yes, the answer is yes, I have a job. Uh yeah. So for those of you who are joining for the first time, again, this is how the stream works. We have break that we have discussion. Usually in the morning when there is something to talk about, we are able to do like 30 minutes discussion before we start the stream. Today is a special day because it was the beginning of a month and there was something that I wanted to communicate with everyone. That's why we've gone 1 hour talking about it. But subsequently, it wouldn't be that. So, what is going to happen is that we're going into our first focus session. And during the focus session, as you can see on my screen, there is some 60 minutes on my screen. So we are going to start the timer, which is going to count down. It's going to count down to 0. And that means that you've spent 60 minutes. We come back for the break discussion. And that is the period where you get to answer all the questions. So during the focus session, if you have any questions, whatever you're learning, whatever you're studying, whatever you're working on, we are happy to take your questions. I mean, drop those questions in the chat, and during the break session, we are going to discuss those. So that's how the stream works. We go 60 minutes straight learning. Then after 60 minutes, we take a break, have some sort of discussions, answer all the questions that come up. Please do not wait till it's break before you drop your questions. Just drop your questions in the chat and we'll respond to it at that time. Then, we'll respond to your question during the break. So after the break, we go back to another focus session. We come back for break like that. And we usually are here for close to 6 hours. So for the next 5 hours, we are probably going to be doing the focus sessions and break sessions. Tracy says, can you talk about how you're adjusting to a new country? I'm happy to talk about it, but there isn't much to talk about because, hey, I'm almost always here, But, all right, when we come back for the next break, maybe I can share my experience. At least now it's been close to 4 months since I've been here, right? I came here in June. So June, July, August, September. Yeah, close to 4 months since I've been here. So I can share some experiences about it when we come back for the next break. Tony Blaze says maybe he wants to employ you, dog. Yeah, you never know. But yeah, I just needed to. I think it says work with me or work or study with me, software engineer and master's student. So I'm doing both. I'm working and I'm also studying at the same time. Anyway, hi Michael, welcome. Yeah, happy to have you. Guys, let's do the first focus session, and when we come back, we'll have further discussions. If you have any questions, drop the questions in the chat and we will take them during the next break. And I'll be having a meeting in the next 2 hours. I hope we come for break. Yeah, we'll come for the break before I go for that meeting. Okay. You're learning Python today. Thank you for even reminding me. Please let me know in the chat what you're learning today so that we can assist you as much as we can. Michael, what exactly in Python are you learning? And everyone else, what are you learning today? Drop them in the chat. What are you learning today? And once again, I have the link to the community group in the chat. So if you are yet to join the community and you would love to join it, go ahead and fill out the form and also click on the WhatsApp link in that particular form to join the group. But Tell me in the chat what you're learning, so that if there are any pointers that we can give you, we all would be happy to do that. C. Malloc, Clinton, interesting. Dynamic memory allocation. Kelvin too is learning C. Malloc, interesting. Oh, you started Python at ALS. Hello world, Python. Reading diverse materials all seems so interesting and cool. Unlike C. Ha 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 ha. Ask C, ask V, C file inputs and outputs. Wow. Wow. Data structuring of my database with UML diagrams. Oh, okay. Static libraries, SSH keys. Benson, are you in which cohort? Is it cohort 13? Yeah, okay, you're doing load balancers. John is doing regular expressions. Wow. I mean today, oh, C15, and you're in SSH already. I thought, so when did you start? Oh, no, wait. Is it, I'm even confused right now. Enoch, you guys started DevOps not long ago. Has another cohort also started? Don't worry, guys, don't worry. I can always check it out on the internet. So yeah, I mean that's cool. I'm happy to have discussions on almost every one of these topics except C. Except those who are doing C. Or all of you who are doing C, maybe you take your discussion from our class prefect. C Malog, C free. Yeah, but the reason why I don't like to talk about C nowadays is because, and I know I'm taking a lot of time, we need to start. The reason why I don't like to talk a lot about C is because I've not done a lot of things, like I've not done anything with C in a long while now. So I feel that I'm not in the best shape to be teaching C, even though I can give pointers here and there. And I feel that the past me that did those C sessions, the videos that I have published on my channel, is way knowledgeable in C than the current me. I mean, referring to C syntax. If it is about the concept, at least I still understand the concept. I appreciate them and I can teach you the concept. But then I don't really remember the syntax like that, you know. So I don't feel competent enough to be teaching you all C at this time. But hey, I'm happy to have discussions on any of these. For those of you who are doing Python, DevOps, JavaScript, like these are things that I keep playing around with. So those ones we can get into it. I can share my screen, write some code, illustrate things for you and all. So hey, but that doesn't mean if you have a question in C, you shouldn't ask it. Go ahead and ask it. We are happy to deliberate on it. And you see from the chat that I'm not the only one here. And people in the chat are usually very helpful. They may end up pointing you in the resource that you have been longing for, but do not even know that you wanted. Anyway, all the best, everyone, as we take our first focus session. Please get rid of any source of distractions and focus on your studies. And we have just 60 minutes, and you see the countdown timer on the screen counting down. And 60 minutes, even though it looks very long, 1 hour looks very long, but it comes very fast. So let's do our best to learn as much as we can in this period, this 60 minutes period that we have. All the best, everyone. Hi. Break time, please. Break time, please. How is it, everyone? How is it going? How is your studies going? Michael said that honestly, C has molded some things inside of me. Personally speaking, as Python seems so easy, too easy. Anyway, I think it's these things are usually how you condition your mind. And you know how everybody says C is difficult. So mostly when you are going into it, your mind is expecting to face some difficulty. If you're approaching something and expecting it to be easy, that's how you approach it. Oh, this is quite easy. But if it is difficult, then oh, the brain itself or the mind is positioned to feel the difficulty in it. And after going through a more difficult phase, the other things, even though they may be challenging to an extent, but you tend to compare it to what you've previously gone through. And if it is not as difficult as what you've previously gone through, you feel it to be quite easy. In the same way, if someone starts programming with just Python as their first programming language, there are a lot of people who will come out and say Python is very difficult. In fact, during one session, we're doing one, I think, a town hall session with some of our learners, and one person asked the question, why is it that we say, I've forgotten exactly what he said. Why is it that we say Python is difficult even though why is Python so difficult even though we say it is easy? Like I think something like that. I've forgotten exactly how the person framed it. But the point is that this person saw Python to be very difficult because they started learning with HTML and CSS and it felt easy. Then all of a sudden they were introduced to Python and it was all over the place. You're looking at object oriented programming, you're talking about functions, like a whole lot of stuff that you're talking about, and they get confused, you know. So it usually depends on the kind of mindset with which you attack the thing. Marilita, welcome. And how have you been? Said I think you said Friday was a holiday at your end. Hope you enjoyed your long holiday. Yeah, Michael, you won't believe what I'm saying, but that's the truth. It depends on what your reference point is. You see, almost everything that we do in life really is obeys the rule of relativity, and like it is relative. When you say something is difficult, you are comparing it to something, even though you don't explicitly compare these things, but that is it. There is a benchmark for you to say that this is difficult and this is not difficult. For you as an individual, you know what you can take and what you can't take. So anytime there is anything that stretches you small, you know that this is difficult. So that's the same thing. There are some people who haven't gone outside learning things in their comfort zone before. So as soon as they step outside of that comfort zone and start looking at anything, I know people who complain that HTML is difficult, like very difficult, you know. And I don't blame anybody. And the point is that it depends on what you've been exposed to before. So the best thing to do for yourself is to try putting yourself in a lot of uncomfortable, but make sure that the risk is calculated, uncomfortable situations. Like get out of your comfort zone. The more you try things, the better you become at taking on things, right? So yeah, you are saying this because of what you have, the experience you have what you've faced before, and the mindset that you now have. It is not so for everybody. So if you ever hear somebody says that fighting is difficult, allow them to say it, because then that is their reality based on what their reference point is. So, this earlier today, we were talking about discovering yourself or understanding yourself. And I think that's where everybody needs to really understand themselves. So, if I say something is difficult, the fact that I said it's difficult doesn't mean it's difficult for you as well. It could be for anybody. It could be easy for anybody, but difficult for me. And this is probably because of the difference in experiences and what I've been exposed to and what my reference point is. Yep. Michael says, honestly, reading the documentation looks so fun and so friendly. To be honest, I know we are just starting, but with all I've seen so far, it looks pretty friendly. It looks friendly to you, but not to everybody, I bet. Tracy says new things a lot of the times may look difficult at first. This is me speaking from experience. Yeah, I totally agree. And especially if it is something really outside what you have ever been exposed to. For instance, if you've been exposed to programming before and you are switching to a new programming language, it won't be as difficult as someone who hasn't ever been exposed to anything of that sort, you know. So I go back to the point that almost everything that you are doing in life is relative. If you say something is easy, it is relative to something. Why are you saying it is easy? Because comparing it to another thing that you did, that thing was more challenging than this. If you don't have any background, there is nothing like difficult or easy. Like as a child, like a newborn child, you don't know what is difficult and what is easy. You know, it is by being exposed to these things that you now tell, okay, I enjoy doing this. That means this is easy. And anything that is not up to how difficult this is considered easy. But every other thing that is more difficult than this thing is difficult. The moment you start taking on various difficult things, your threshold for difficulty increases. So you begin to benchmark it at that level. For instance, I keep making this example that when I was a learner in ALS, I agree that the time requirements is really tough, right? I totally agree. I appreciate it. But the fact is that for me, it wasn't as tough as everybody else was complaining about. Reason being that I had it worse in pharmacy school. To be able to like go through pharmacy school successfully the way I did, I really had it quite challenging. Like I had little to no time doing other things. So when I came into ALS and we're putting in 70 hours a week, or we're expected to put in a minimum of 70 hours a week, it was my norm. Like that was my normal phase, you know. So per the exposure that I have had before, this was like, okay, this is routine for me. And that is the whole thing, depending on what your reference point is. So if you expose yourself to some of these challenges, you become more receptive to new things. You begin to consider a lot of things to be easy because you've taken on bigger challenges. Like if you read a Bible story about David and how he had been fighting the animals, when he saw a human being who was, even though looked like a giant, he was like, you are just a human being, right? Like I fought these beasts in the forest or in the bush, and I've even conquered them. Who are you? Like something like that. I mean, it gives you that mindset that you can overcome this. Even though everybody else who hasn't been exposed to the kind of things you've been exposed to before feels that this is a difficult situation, you see it and you realize that no, this is quite easy, or even if it is not easy, this is like standard for you. Okay. Michael says, you're right, dog. The kind of foundation you had prior to learning a language matters. Honestly, like C must have modeled something into everyone. And most importantly, mindset matters, like you said. Yeah, I agree. Hi, Omar Farouk. Welcome. Says, what am I learning right now? A lot. I never know how to answer that question. I'm learning a lot right now because I'm almost always learning. The world is my classroom. I learn anything that I like learning, you know. Yeah, but I hope the question is not like what we are teaching right now, because I'm not really teaching. But yeah, I'm learning a lot of things. I can even, for this month, I think plan in my plan there are, I think, three major things that my study is supposed to be revolving around. This month, I'm learning more of machine learning, data analysis, and cloud computing. That's what I'm doing for this month. So, I'm Erasmus. Are you still here? Please, if you have a question, just go ahead and ask the question. Erasmus, if you are still here, how is the preparation for the exams going? So this month, that's one of the things I'm doing, learning for uh Google Cloud Engineer Associate Level Certification. So hopefully, yeah, I mean it's one of the things I want to do now. So I have to be revising cloud engineering and starting to learn that of Google's services. All right. Tracy says, I need to start loving reading documentations because it's hard for me. I mean, eventually you get into it. So I keep saying that documentations are documents written by developers for developers. So when you are absolutely new to it, it's usually quite difficult to wrap your head around it. But you just expose yourself to it. So don't if you're struggling with it, you don't have to immerse yourself totally into it. Once a while, you go to the docs and check something. Make sure that you are getting familiar with the docs. Eventually, you figure out how to use it. Like, I think, was it last week or last 2 weeks? I did an illustration here when I used the Tailwind CSS docs. This was one of the docs that, I mean, it's very friendly now when I look at it. But the first time I looked at it, I was so confused because I didn't know Tailwind CSS. I didn't understand it, but I was trying to learn it from the docs and it didn't make much sense. But now when I go to it, it's way easy, you know. So yeah, I just try and expose yourself to it as often as possible. Don't be consumed by it, but know that with time it becomes easy. So you eventually figure that out. Exposure and experience, yeah, very important. Those are the two things. But you would even build experience through exposure. So usually exposure comes first before experience. Because if you don't expose yourself to the thing, you won't get the experience out of it. I don't know why my nose is itching me like that. What's happening? Michael says, suppose you want to read a book of about 500 pages. Assume you are so keen and determined to finish the book in a day or two. How do you manage your time to achieve that? Let's say tech books. Man. So I think sometimes these goals are sort of futile. Like, at the end of the day, why do you even want to read the book in a day? I mean, if it is for purposes of exams, that's different. But if my goal is to really understand the thing, I don't force myself to finish the book like in set number of hours. Even though I can give myself some time, but I don't force it on myself, because otherwise my brain is like, okay, keep reading, keep reading. Yeah, you're about finishing, like, and and I end up not grasping anything. I'm the type of person who can open like 5 different books at the same time, just trying to verify something that this particular book is saying. So this book is saying this thing, but I'm struggling to understand it. So I open this, open that. Now that we have generative AI tools, I can usually just leave what I'm learning here, go and research on it, get to that concept before I come and continue. So I don't beat myself about finishing that book. And sometimes to when I'm reading the book, I pick and choose what to learn. Because some of them, no, this is not important, or I mean, I this is not what I'm interested in. I'm interested in this. So it happens like that. I don't know if I would ever force myself to finish a book. I do force myself to finish a book. Let me see. In the past, I used to do something like that. But mostly those are like, okay, just get myself engaged, especially if it's just a storybook that I'm reading. And I don't want to. It's like when you're watching a movie. I am one person that gets obsessed with things that I really like. So that kind of thing where if you're watching, say, a series and you love the series so much, you don't want it to go. Like you binge watch everything, even when you know that, say, tomorrow you have class, you are supposed to be sleeping at this time, but because you like the series so much, you are willing to sacrifice the time to keep watching it and sleep very late because you'll soon be finishing. And I remember I used to do that back some in the past, like watch some series like House MD, like those medical series. I used to binge watch them. If I start right now, I'll keep watching them and watching them. It's because of that that nowadays I don't try to push myself to series. And similar things happen when I'm reading interesting storybooks or any book at all. Like sometimes when I get into it and I really want to consume it, then I can commit myself to consume it all through. But I hardly limit the time to say that I need to get this done in 1 week or 2 weeks. The only important thing for me is let me make enough time for whatever I'm trying to consume. Okay. And as I said, you don't have to consume everything if you don't have to. And always start with your why. Like, why at all do you want to read this book? So if it is about understanding, say, I think you made an example of DBMS. If it's understanding DBMS, then focus on understanding it. Because sometimes you don't necessarily need to read a 500 pages book to understand DBMS. Maybe a couple of sheets in it, because you've paid attention to almost every single thing they've said so far. You now get the whole concept, and now you can flip through and pick and choose. Okay, this is the part that I want to learn. Okay, this is what I want to learn. Like that. I think that helps instead of pushing yourself to finish everything. Yeah, that's what I can say, Michael. But yeah, for trying to finish up things, like I realized that when I was doing my reflection this yesterday, I realized last month I had high hopes on finishing a lot of books, but then because I got involved in a lot of other things, eventually I didn't finish those books. So this month I have really planned to finish those books, and how I'm going to do that is to make sure that my audiobook can be accessed on my tablet as well. Because when it's on this setup alone, I have to be here to listen to it. But in order for me to be able to move around with it, I'd make sure it's available on my tablet so that anywhere I'm going, I can get access to it. Yep. Uh okay. Tracy says I loved House MD to the point where I thought I would go into medicine. Interesting. So I think I got introduced to House MD when I was in my first year, yes, in undergrad. And I like how he was diagnosing things. And I wanted to train to be like that good, so that if you start telling me the symptoms of a condition, I can just tell you that based on these symptoms, this is the condition that this person is having. So it kind of motivated me to learn the things I learned, and I started reading things outside what I was being taught in class and all of that. So yes, back to the point that our exposures usually determine or form our experiences. Because I was exposed to it, I started thinking a certain way, and that went a long way to help in how I approach learning in general. The why, very important. What is the best approach of learning a new language? Books on that language, videos. This was Beth. Okay, this was what Beth my question. Like, I want to learn other stacks while keeping pace. Um, yeah. So I mean, let me make sure that I am well composed to give you like the best of answers I can give you. So there is always a reason why you want to learn it. And I think we still should go back to that. You remember how I said the 5 whys? Start asking yourself all those whys. Why do you even want to learn different stuff? Like, when the motivation is really high, okay? When the motivation is really high, it's likely that you're going to find a way to achieve it. But when the motivation is not that high, it's very difficult for you to achieve it. So make sure that you really know the why you want to learn it. Is it because it's nice to have? If I know plenty languages, then it's nice to have. Like, everybody will admire me, and like, really ask yourself and establish that why. But when it comes to learning anything, not only programming languages, learning anything, please know that it is individual preferences. We all have our preferences, but then it should begin from you understanding yourself. And I think that was the topic of our discussion earlier today. You really need to understand yourself, understand what works best for you. A lot of us, we try to kind of copy from others what works for them. So when people reach out to me and they ask me like similar questions about, so how do you learn this? And they are asking about how I do it with the intention of when I share it to them, then they will go and do it. And I think that is wrong. I mean, you can take example from or cues from how I do it, you try it. If your mindset is that of let me experiment with these things and see which one works for me, I'm totally for it. But if your mindset is that of, oh, this is what this person does and he's good at it, so I'm going to do same. No, I'm against that. So let's all be, I like the experiments, but I can give you a perfect example when it comes to time of the day for which one should learn. You know, a lot of people talk about these things. Oh, maybe dawn time is the best time to learn. No, and for me as an individual, I've tested out almost every time of the day for learning. So then I get to realize that this is the most optimal time for me to learn. Fortunately for me, by the time I had gone through all those tests, I realized that I just need to simulate that particular environment that I like to learn. The calm environment, but not so calm to put me to sleep, that I can be concentrated with little to no distractions at all. So whether it is dawn, afternoon, evening, morning, like any time of the day, for as long as I can get myself into that mood, I am able to learn. And I only discovered it through experimentation, by trying out every time. See, I've studied every hour of the day before. That I can bet on. That every single hour of the day I found myself studying before, at least since I was born. Even in, if I just look back to the 6 years I spent in uni, like, I'm pretty sure I covered every time, because you can find me learning around 1 a.m. Even back in high school, can find me learning around 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m., 7 a.m. Like any time of the day is a time that I've experimented with learning before. And I realize that it really does not, for me, please remember, I'm not saying for everybody. There are people who cannot learn at dawn. You just have to know yourself. Man, know thyself. It still goes back to the discussion we had earlier today. Really understand yourself, see what works best for you. But also, in understanding yourself, don't box yourself into that angle where you can't escape and say, this is who I am. So as for me, I can't study at night. Yes, so that brings me to something I wrote down yesterday, and I said it's going to be, I'm going to reflect on it and write on it. But the points that it just triggered, and I'm picking it up from what I wrote yesterday, is if you haven't been exposed to something before, how do you know whether you like it or not? How do you know whether that thing works for you or not? So some people have never tried learning in the nights before, but they say, as for me, I can't learn in the night. But the truth of the matter is, you've not even tried it before. And when I started thinking about it yesterday, I realized that most of the times it's either we have experienced it ourselves and we know that no, I don't like it, or we have heard or seen, but more importantly, heard other people talk about it the way that our brain has picked it up. So because somebody said seed programming is difficult, there are a lot of people on the internet who have never, ever, ever in their life tried learning C before. But if you ask them, they will tell you C is difficult. Like somebody like me, if prior to last year, November, if you ask me about Java, I'm like, huh? Like Java is very difficult. That language, no. Like it's so difficult. I don't want to try it. Why? I hadn't written a single line of code in Java before, but then I've heard a lot of people who have learned Java complain about Java and how difficult it is. And it's the same thing about C. A lot of people on the internet who create, even the content creators, those that you watch and you are inspired by and say, okay, yes, this is difficult, this is easy. Mostly the ones that they are saying is difficult, they have never ever in their life experienced it before. It's funny. Sometimes the people who do not have the experience are the ones who have the most opinion. Like people who have never gotten married, like you and I. Those of you in the comments who are not married yet, you know, some of them, some of us who are yet to be married, we have like the best marriage advice. Meanwhile, we've never experienced it before. And we say this from what we have heard people say. We say this from what we have seen people do, but we have not experienced these things before. You know? So you can't really tell whether something works for you or not if you have not tried it. So please, in the process of understanding yourself, this is the right time to start experimenting. Experiment with almost everything, and you eventually see that, yeah, like this is what I like. For instance, like when people talk about passion, and I think in the course of the weekend I was listening to Stephen Bally, those of you who know him, the Diary of the CEO, and he was talking about something similar, where to experiment with things. Oh my. I'm coming. You haven't tried any of these things out before, but you've already formed an idea around it that no, this is not possible. I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't do that. Meanwhile, you haven't. Yes. So back to what I was going to say, what Stephen Bally was talking about. I was talking about when people say that I have not found my passion. I've not found my passion. And I get that a lot. I think I even wrote about it. If you check the articles on my blog, I'm sure back maybe 2 or 3 years ago, I probably wrote about it, because I had people who were always reaching out to me and telling me that you are so lucky you found your passion. And they will go on to say, but unfortunately for me, I don't even know what I'm passionate about. I've not yet found my passion. So when we start quoting them like that, it's like your passion is hidden somewhere. You need to go and search for it, because you have to search for it and go in search of your passion. But how do you even go there? And the point that he made, which resonated with me, is that you need to start doing things, like get involved in doing them. And I think it was the person who was interviewing him who came out to say that that's the approach that she does. It's more of an elimination, and not necessarily like looking for it. It's about knowing that, okay, I don't like this, but how do you know that you don't like this? You have tried it, you don't like it, and you can eliminate it. So I can give you a perfect example in my life. I've tried a lot of things in my life and I enjoy a lot of them, but something that I don't really like is photography. See, my camera was just brought. I bought this camera to learn photography back in 2017. Yeah, in 2017. And that's how I started taking pictures, doing videography, those kind of things. And even though I know how to do it, I don't enjoy doing it. It's not something that I really see myself doing this. So eventually, hey, I hardly do anything photography. But I couldn't have said that I don't like photography if I had not tried it out. You see, irrespective of what people tell me, I mean, photography is nice. My younger brother loves photography, but I do not like it. And the only reason why I can say I do not like it is because I've tried it. Okay. And something like this that I'm doing every day, talking to people, teaching, this is something I love so much. But if I have not done it, there's no way I'm going to be able to tell that I love it. So for those of you, I mean, if you are in that category and saying that I have not found my passion, I don't know what I'm passionate about, I think we should start rethinking it. It's a matter of, what are you doing right now? Do you really enjoy it? If not, what else can you try? Try those things. Eventually, by trying several things, you would begin to find that one thing that you love. The other thing that I've learned in life is that if you've really not found what you love doing, start by liking what you are doing right now. So a lot of us are always bitter about what we are doing, and it doesn't open up the room for us to enjoy anything in our life. And it never seems to come, or we never seem to get close to something that we love doing. And if you are bitter, you only attract bitter things. Like, you're not excited about anything in life, you're not happy about anything. But the moment you start opening yourself up to like the very things that you are doing, like, hey, I'm learning this new thing. Oh my God, I can't imagine I'm learning programming. Wow. Like, see how a lot of people long to learn programming, and have gotten the opportunity. I'm learning programming, irrespective of how difficult it is. Like, my approach to it, or how my demeanor towards learning it, changes everything. And the moment you start opening yourself up to that, you begin to get exposed to things that you really like. You attract what, like, you really are. I'm a happy person. I look forward to, like, those kind of happy moments, like connections with people, having nice conversations, intriguing conversations, deep thought conversations, like conversations that will cause you to think. So people who are really in my close circle are people like that. People I can really engage, because someone like me, I found out that I don't do so well with small talks. Like, hello, hi, how are you doing? And start talking about any random sort of things. A lot of no. I like the in-depth conversation, like the ones that will cause you to think about things you've never thought about. You know? So maybe I'm speaking to plenty right now. But yes, that's very important. And I think for this month, let us all go on that journey of self-discovery, trying to find ourselves and understand ourselves, and know that this is our current state, but we want to get here. This is the future perfect state for us. I want to be able to do this. I want to be able to do this. I want to be the guy who knows this. But most importantly, you should also establish your why for wanting that. Is it really a good reason? Because some of you are being motivated by the wrong reasons to want to do something. So make sure that you really know the reason why you are pushing for that particular thing that you are pushing for. Then you know where you are. Then please experiment. See, that's what humans we are. There's no fixed state for us, and nobody can determine or dictate exactly how you should live your life. Just experiment with things. Like, people still till now do not understand why I decided to not keep practicing pharmacy and have taken the route that I have taken. Like, the fact that I did pharmacy doesn't mean I should be bossed in there alone. I can be anything I want to be if I put my mind to it and I put my heart to it and I do the damn work. You know? So understand yourself and push yourself. Experiment with things. See, I'm a pharmacist. You can't take that away from me. If today or tomorrow I wake up and I feel that no, I'm no longer happy about doing this software engineering thing, I no longer like teaching, I rather would be in a community pharmacy or a hospital setting and work, hey, I just go back and go and practice. But until you have tested the other thing, you would not know whether you like it better than what you have right now. So don't just hold on. Try and experiment. Try almost everything. Like, your best food is your best food right now because it is the best out of all that you have tasted. You know? Who knows? There is something that is way better than what you are taking right now. But until you try that out, you wouldn't really know whether you like something more than you like this one. Yep, let me read this one, then we can go into another focus session. Michael says, thanks, docs. Okay, I think we read that. Oh, so I didn't answer the question. The best approach to learning a new language. And I said it is totally up to you. I, for one, will usually like to get a whole overview of the thing. You know, I give me just a brush. So I'll quickly pick a video and see, oh, okay, how does this thing look like? Oh, okay. Oh, so this is what it means. All right, that's good. Now let me go back and learn. And I can use any sort of resource to learn. But when I want in-depth knowledge to really be able to now come out and teach people, I will usually use like books that are very in-depth. And in learning those ones, I'll be practicing, because I feel that it is through the practice that I really get the experience. Exposure bets experience. This is really a big one. Exposure best experience. I mean, so you figure that out. Whatever, there isn't like a single way to do it. If it's a new programming language, whichever works for you, please go ahead and stick to that. I have a meeting in a couple of minutes, so I have to wrap up soon. Keeping pace with ALS and also ensuring to maintain understanding. I know it's not easy, but the thing is that in that 1 year that you are doing ALS, You're not expected to become like a master of everything. You are being exposed to them. Get some basic experience with these things. Eventually, you know, out of the things that you've been exposed to in the 1 year period, which of them do you really like? So someone going out of the program feels that I love the DevOps part more, so I want to become a DevOps engineer. Then they can start doubling down on DevOps. Another person will like, oh, I like the back end part, the logic part of things. So I want to go and become a back end developer, like focus on that more importantly. Or I like the creative nature of things. I want to become a front end. Or no, I think I enjoyed when we were doing the low level programming stuff. I want to become a systems engineer. Like, you know, you are being exposed to almost every possibility, but eventually you decide what you want to become, then you double down on that. So don't beat yourself up that you don't have like the best understanding. At any point in my life, I'm looking at what is the level of understanding that I need to move from point A that I am right now to point B. As soon as I know what, like, I have that kind of understanding and I can move on, I'm moving on. Eventually, I'll come back and I'll come and learn the things that I really need. So, for instance, like JavaScript, a lot of JavaScript stuff, like this, the past 1 month, I spent a lot of time learning JavaScript and Node.js. And going forward, that is one of the things I intend doing. Learn, practice, learn, practice, learn, practice. Because now those are the parts that I want. So I can spend my time on it. And I think I enjoy the DevOps aspect too, even though not so much as the coding aspect. Then I'll test these things out. So, and I'm not shy to admit that a lot of the things that we did, yes, I do remember what they are for and all, but if you ask me to do it right now, I'm going to struggle. But eventually, because I've been exposed to it before, I can always pick any resource on it and I will easily understand it and be able to do something with it. And that's the end goal. You won't become a master in 1 year. Don't kill yourself. Says, thanks, dog. You're really making big points. Most people have missed it due to the noise from the outside. Personality and self-understanding matters. Very, very important. So there are certain points in time that you have to close yourself, your ears to what is being said outside there. I think yesterday I was reflecting on something I had written in the past. Maybe I can read it to you. Yes. So this is it. I wrote, do not passively accept what you listen to as knowledge. You need to have your own kind of filters which you use on every new information you gather or listen to. And this is applicable to what I'm saying right now. What I'm saying right now may not necessarily be like the right thing for you. Okay, so don't just take it in wholly and say, oh, it's because this guy said it and I believe him. Have your own kind of filters. And every time that you hear anything, please run it through those filters of yours and decide what you really want to pick for you yourself. So I go on to say this. So, no, let me finish. Do not passively accept what you listen to as knowledge. You need to have your own kind of filters which you use on every new information you gather or listen to. This will enable you to sieve the information and construct your own knowledge around what you learned. Very, very important. And I was so happy when I saw it yesterday that is one thing that I wrote down. I think it was even inspired by a scripture that I read in the Bible, but I don't remember the exact scripture. So because you hear somebody say it, irrespective of who that person is, doesn't make it correct, and it doesn't make it something that you should just get into and start doing. Right? You have to. I keep saying that if you do something and I ask you why did you do it, don't tell me because somebody said, like, oh, I chose to do this because I heard Obed say it. No. As soon as it has come into you and it has motivated you to do something, you are doing it, you should be doing it because You have accepted this as your knowledge. So I'm doing it because now this is my understanding of the thing, not necessarily because somebody said. Okay, I mean, these are small mindset shifts that, for me, I think these things really helped me a lot when I started thinking for myself. And I keep saying that I've not gotten anywhere. See, I don't want you to like have me as a model that is like a perfect model, and you don't how do you call cross check anything I say. No, 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 no. Like, everything I say here may be wrong, and I can wake up tomorrow and find out that the things that I said today are wrong. But every day I try my best at the stage in my life that I am to give my best advice as I can right now. And it's only based on my personal experiences and that of others around me that I've heard. So please, you need to see everything irrespective of who is talking to you. And for me, I consume a lot of knowledge. If I start listing the number of people that I listen to, I'm sure we won't even finish right now. But then I don't just take because this person said it, I have to do it. No. Very important to see these things. All right. Victor, welcome, Victor. Says, but for someone who doesn't discover his path in studying earlier due to major environments or peers, how can this said person go back and find a better way to learn? And also, I find reading lengthy material tiring. I mean, it isn't about necessarily going back to fix what has been done already. It is about recognizing that this is my current state, this is the future state I want. How do I get there? So if your method of learning or whatever it is isn't what you want it to be, it's just a matter of saying, hey, let me experiment with something else. So what are all these guys talking about? Okay, Obed, you said this method works for you. Let me experiment with it. I'm not saying that I want to do exactly what Obed is doing. I want to experiment with that and see, is it any better than what I have right now? So my structure for learning, and that means you need to understand what your current structure for learning is. And this is my current structure for learning. So I want to improve upon it. Please, I have a meeting in 2 minutes. Let me go away. And let's continue this discussion during the next break. Okay. I have a meeting I can't miss. All the best, everyone, as we get into the focus session. Hi, 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 hi. So it's break time. Break time, please. Yeah, break time. How is it going, everyone? How is it going? So we're having some wonderful conversation before I had to jump into my meeting. I think it was to Victor's point on, but for someone who didn't discover his path in studying earlier due to maybe environment or peers, how can this said person go back and find a better way to learn? Also, I find reading lengthy material tiring. And as I was saying, it's not a matter of going back to the past because obviously none of us can, or to the best of my knowledge, we are unable to go back to the past to change anything. But it's about identifying the present. And you always look back to the past to figure out exactly who you are, what your belief systems are, what is informing your belief system, why you think that this is difficult for you or easier. I mean, the past has a role to play in our future, and that role is to give us an idea of who we really are and what we need to keep doing, as well as what we need to change in order to get that future that we have. Because if you keep doing the same thing, I mean, we're going to end up maybe if you are just going with the default self without reassessing and finding out whether that's the right thing to be doing or not, I think that that's a problem. So, just as if you are driving a long distance, and at least for cars, you would have, say, a fuel gauge. But assuming your fuel gauge is not working, you'd have to always stop somewhere and check everything, check to make sure that your engine is not overheating, your fuel level is good enough, or do you need to refill fuel and all those kind of things. So at the end of the day, you can't go on a long journey like that, and life is one such long journey. From the day that you are giving birth to, you are just on that journey till you die. So the most important thing is to recognize that you have to take breaks and look back to what you've done in the past and understand. I think for me, for now, the most important thing that I want to really do is I want to understand my motivation for doing the things I do, because that would inform me on how to live my future. Like why what's the reason why I chose to do this thing in the past? Why did I go here? I know that some of the things are there such that we do not have any control of them. Say for instance, the school that I attended in terms of my primary school, I obviously had no choice on that. My parents picked and chose. I personally started in a government school. I went up to the year that I was being promoted to primary one. That's when my dad came to pick me. So I even attended daycare before that. But then what is like considered an educational institution that I remember attending, I was in a particular government school, was promoted to go to class one. Then I was moved to a private school. And when I went to that private school, after the assessment they did, you can't imagine. At the time, I was like 6 years old. And when they assessed me, they felt that I wasn't competent for class one. So I needed to start from nursery again. And that's how I went back to start from nursery one I think at the time, yes, at 6 years old, I went back to start nursery one. These are things that there's no way I was going to be able to control it. But eventually, I went through that private school, became like one of the best students through that school. And yeah, like the story continues. Maybe along the lines, like the high school to go, I got the opportunity to choose it in discussion with my older brother. And I chose the list. And fortunately, I was able to get my first choice school. But these are some things that you do not have control over, right? So when you are looking back at them and you start talking about motivation for doing that, it wasn't you who decided where you wanted to go. So those ones you can't really take much cues from there. But the ones that you did, then you should be able to take cues from those ones. Why at all did I do this? Like, why do I like to do this? Why do I hate to do this? All of those things, you need to start examining them. But the more important thing that we're talking about is where you are now. So we are about planning for what is ahead. I've realized you've come to the recognition that you needed to have learned some things you didn't learn. You didn't choose what you wanted to learn. Maybe you should have done, say, software engineering. Now that you think about it, you should have done software engineering, but you ended up doing something else. What is important is the now. Are you willing to put in the time to learn that thing that you want to learn? And if you want to learn it, the current skill sets that you have, the way that you do things now, is it going to be enough to carry you across? If not, what do I need to do to be able to get there? So the point I've made throughout today's discussions is that you need to establish what the current state is. Right now, what does this state looks like for you? And also establish what the future perfect state looks like for you. In future, what exactly do I want to be doing, and how does that also look like for me? Then the next question is, how do I get from this current state to that future state that I'm looking for? And you start breaking it down. So in terms of my ability to learn new things, what exactly do I need to do? And I've told you the best way to discover these things is through experimentation. Experiment with things. The way you study. So if you only study by reading, maybe you want to experiment another method of studying by writing, or by testing out things, or by explaining to people. Don't be stuck in the fact that this is who I am. As for me, I don't like this. You've not tested it out, but you don't like it. I mean, it's possible because you've seen people do it and you don't like it, but then you never know when you would begin to appreciate those things. So open up yourself and experiment with as many things as possible. Then you'll be able to pick that, okay, this is one of the best things I like doing. This is not something I like doing. So if it is with learning, try various learning techniques. Try as many as you can. Then you'll be able to establish what works for you and what doesn't work for you. Then please don't be in a hurry to go anywhere. Like life, I mean, it depends on where you are. If you are in survival mode, I always go back to that point. If you are in survival mode, that one is a bit different. Like you are really struggling. You don't have a place to, like, if you don't have what Maslow puts as the first level on the hierarchy of needs. You don't have shelter, you don't have clothing, you don't have food. Like, those ones are very key. That one you have to be in a hurry to get out of there. But then if you have a place to sleep, you have something to wear, And by something to wear, I don't mean you dreaming about buying plenty things. I personally am not a fan of that. But at least you are not on the streets without food and without clothing and without shelter. You have a place to come. Please be patient with yourself and take yourself from where you are right now to where you want to be. But understand that it is a process. And on this stream, we've talked a lot about following the process and going through it and loving it, you know. So let's do that. I think that's what I can say. And you don't like learning lengthy material, that is, maybe you've been exposed to things like that, and you've realized that, yeah, you mentioned that it's tiring, and that's fair enough. But as I said earlier, sometimes it's not even a matter of reading everything, it's a matter of understanding the smaller things that you read. And that material that you're talking about, is it the only material available for studying that particular thing? If yes, you don't have a choice. So whether it is tiring or not, you have to figure out a way to get it done. If no, look for an alternative that is better suited for your content. I think I wrote something like that last week, where I mentioned that now you if you're learning, your type of learning or way of learning is not necessarily what you have. Even with the power of generative AI, you can get what you want from it. So if it is a lengthy test and I don't like reading plenty like that, I can give it to a tool like ChatGPT to summarize this thing and give me the most salient points that I really need to know from it. You know? So discover yourself, but try experiments and play around with things, and that's how you discover everything that is good for you. And don't just take that because this is good for somebody and he has said it, then it is also going to be good for me. Not at all. Renner says, I learned by writing the code, understanding, and then writing the notes in multi-line comments. But that's just mine. I don't know if others prefer that method. Yeah, and I think that's the most important thing. Like, if you know what works for you, that's the most important thing. It works for you, it gives you the kind of results you're looking for, you're okay with that. It doesn't matter whether other people use similar things or not. And I like the fact that you've shared it so that somebody somewhere who doesn't even know about this way can now begin to consider, oh, let me experiment with that and see. So he says he learns by writing the code, understanding it, and then writing the notes in the multi-line comment. So by the time he's done writing the code, he's trying to figure out, oh, what does this mean? Okay. So the understanding that he gets, he puts it into code. And that's very cool. So let's do that. All right. Let's really do that. Okay. Renner said, I get a good explanation from AI, ChatGPT, and bad. That's cool. For as long as you're really learning and getting an understanding, that's like the best you can ask for. And I'm a fan of it. What you need is understanding. So however you get the understanding, please go for it and get the understanding. Then Felix says, I appreciate your vulnerability. I mean, I yeah, thank you, and you are also welcome here. So what I've come to learn is that, and being even in my younger years, I hated these things where people paint like perfect pictures for us, and because of that, we tend to blame ourselves a lot because we feel that, oh, I should be like this person, but this person is perfect. I am not enough. And we look down on ourselves just because of the people we are trying to compare ourselves to. Because the only thing that those people show us is the good things, the positive times, like the wonderful things they are doing. So for me, I've taken it upon myself not to showcase just the good, but show you everything, so that even before you say, oh, I want to do exactly what this guy is doing, like you should see exactly what it is taking me to do that, whether positive or negative. Okay, so I'm very intentional about the things I share, and I don't want to create like that perfect picture. And I think social media in all has, that is what it has pushed us to believe, that at the end of the day, it is everything is perfect, everything goes on smoothly. Remember, people post, when we look at say pictures, people are only posting pictures, the best of their pictures, and we never think about it. Like when they are crying, when they are going through hardship, there's no way they will take those pictures and come and post those ones. It is when they are happy, when they are enjoying life, that is the only time that they will share it. So sometimes we only get half the picture, and we assume for ourselves the other half of the picture, and then, based on those assumptions, we look down on ourselves and we think that it is not going to be possible for us. So, I made a conscious effort, and I think that's even one of the more reasons why I like to keep my life as public as possible, share almost everything there is to share, so that if somebody is being motivated by me, they shouldn't be motivated by just some parts, and not without fully getting the context in which I am. And yeah, so I'm happy to tell you everything about me, tell you whatever I'm going through, but more in the bit to motivate you that you're also capable of doing it. And we all have our flaws, we all have our challenges. There are things that we are struggling with. See, I have an assignment due tomorrow, and as it stands now, I haven't done that assignment, even though I started reading on it yesterday. And this is an assignment that I was given how many weeks ago? But hey, we are all students, and that thing happens to almost everyone. I can come and sit here and paint the picture that hey, I have everything perfectly done. No, but for me, the level I've gotten to is where I appreciate myself, and I don't blame myself for things like that. I understand why haven't I done it? Like I try to get it. And even at times when, for topics like that, when I'm even being taught, I'm probably even thinking about something else, because these are things that I'm taking because I am required to take them, and not necessarily because I want to take them, or I feel that they are going to have this kind of impact in my life, and those kind of things. So I don't really beat myself about it. What matters to me is that by the deadline tomorrow, I would have done my best to submit it, and I don't beat myself. If I don't put in my best, that one I can beat myself about it. But no, like I want to be true to myself, understand my motivation for doing what I'm doing. Like sometimes, say I'm learning this thing in school, I'm supposed to be learning for class. Then by the time I realize, I catch myself learning something else. Like in the course of the this past weekend, there were things that we were learning in school, but by the time I realized, I was reading on cloud computing stuff. And that's when I begin to question myself, why am I not so much interested in what I'm being taught right now, and rather more interested in these things? So I begin to really delve into my motivation for doing the things that I'm doing, so that I don't blame myself and look down on myself a lot, you know. But the truth is that we are all humans, we all have challenges, we all have flaws, like things that we are not good at. There are a lot of things that I'm not good at, and I wouldn't come and boast to you that hey, I'm good at this, I'm good. No, if I don't know how to do it, I don't know how to do it, unless I decide that I really want to. Okay, this is something I don't know how to do. Like for right now, I can say one thing that I don't know how to do, singing, and I've not thought about trying to improve at it. And I understand, I appreciate that I don't know how to sing. I don't know anything about playing piano, guitar, like all those instruments. I have no knowledge of them, and it doesn't move me to do it. I love when people play those things. I love when they sing and they have beautiful voices, and oh, I enjoy those things, and I really long to have them. But then I'm not motivated to go and learn to do anything like that. So it's more important for me to understand myself and know, in the grand scheme of plan that I have for myself, where exactly does this fit in? I know my weaknesses, and some of the weaknesses I'm not ready to solve them because they don't add up to the plan that I have, or the plan that I have orchestrated now for the future that I'm looking at. So I've told you that this month we should all assess ourselves, see how far we have come, and make plans for the perfect state that we want. Because almost everybody, not just, like, I can boldly say that everybody has like a future state that they are looking for, irrespective of their position in life. Like the most richest person in the world right now still has a future state. Nobody ever reaches. It is until you die, you never reach what you really want. Like there's always something more. It may be different. Someone's own is so different. Like somebody is now looking at, oh, I want to be able to go to university. Another person is looking at, oh, I want to be able to start a business. It's like how they describe this thing, that when you are walking and you see somebody riding a bicycle, other people on a bicycle, you are praying and hoping that one day you also get a bicycle and start riding on a bike. Those on the bike, the bicycle are seeing people on maybe motorcycles, and they are also wishing that one day they will buy a motorcycle because that moves faster than the bicycles. Then those on the motorcycles are also seeing those in cars and wishing that one day they will also have their cars to be able to move in cars, because cars are faster than motorcycles. Those in the cars are also wishing that one day I get to fly in planes, because there's a lot of traffic when I'm going by road. So maybe I should be flying. There are people who are always flying who are also wishing that maybe I wish I could be down there warming myself in the sun, or walking along the shores of the beach, or even riding in a boat on the water. Like everybody has that future state, that yet to get state, or yet to accomplish state that they want to get to. Okay, so figure out what it is for you, what that perfect future state looks like, and what exactly does it take you to get there. And every day, please don't dream about like the big jump. It doesn't happen. Think about, or focus about, on the 1% or smaller increments that you can make every single day. What's the thing that you can do to add on? For instance, I mentioned already that it was one of my goals to train myself to be able to speak to people on any stage at all, anytime, any day. And how do I get there? All of these things that I'm doing is part of the practice that I take to get there. Eventually, one day you see me talk on a particular stage and you say, nah, this guy is so good, so good. And when you see him talk on stage, like, but then how did I get there? Just every day showing up and doing this thing over and over and over. Imagine we've been doing this for how many times now? We've done more than a month already, coming live every single day. So every single day I'm here sharing my idea, training myself to be able to speak. And the progress is not like that huge, but rather the smaller progress. Every single day, something is happening. I'm learning from the mistakes I make and I'm trying to learn from it, adjust, and get better. New ideas are coming up and all. Imagine if I host this session for, say, 2 years continuous. Are you trying to tell me that if they call me to speak anywhere, I'm going to struggle to speak after doing this thing consistently for 2 years? You know, but then sometimes we only see, okay, I want to get here, but the steps to get there, we are looking for that big jump to get there. And it rarely happens. That big jump rarely happens. It's usually the small little steps that you take that will get you there. I want to become like a very good author. What do? I start out by writing any little thing that I can. And as you all have seen so far for the past 2 to 3 weeks, I've published content every single day, just writing on my own reflections. Eventually, if I want to write a book, and if I've been doing this for years, you think that I'm going to struggle to write a book? So yes, let's keep that in mind. It's just a matter of doing something small towards that goal or that big perfect picture that you have created for yourself. And please visualize that picture. What does it look like for you? That perfect state you want to get into. And every time there's going to be something more, but at least wherever you are right now, have that picture. Okay, this is the perfect state I want to be in, but how then do I get there? Today I have only 24 hours. Maybe out of the 24 hours, school requires me to put in this number of hours, but for me to get to that goal, how much of these hours can I contribute towards that? What exactly can I do to just get at least 1% towards that goal? Something like that. Let's start thinking in that direction. Mike says, Doc, I still have more questions. I'd save them for the next break. Yeah, I mean, anytime, any day. That's the essence of hosting this stream and having these sort of conversations. Since your point makes sense, finding your own path and uniqueness. However, I have questions, so I'm a curious type. Those, I mean, I'm happy to take any questions that you have, and I keep making the point that I don't have everything figured out. If you ask me a question I don't already have an answer to, we'll think through them, and that is where the construction of knowledge really takes place. And I enjoy having those discussions. Those of you, Marilila, you are here, so you would know the day that we talked about intellectual intercourse and intellectual masturbation and all of that. I really like conversations that stimulate my thought process, like cause me to think about things that I had taken for granted and start thinking, rethinking them. Very important for me. And I like to be in the company of people that do that. If you are someone who is able to stimulate me to start thinking, you are someone I really want to get in touch with you. Like people who ask questions. So why did you do this? Why? And sometimes, oh, I haven't even considered that. Those are the people that I want to be in their company. My elder brother is one such person that anytime I go to him, there are questions that I probably have not thought about. So I'm always running ideas by him almost all the time. Everything I'm doing, what I want to do, that kind of thing, I run it by him because he's someone who will cause you to think about things that you haven't even thought about. So I appreciate those, and I really love to have conversations like that. Marilla says, man, if only these things were as easy in practice. Trusting the process is hard. Yeah, I mean, it's hard. We all agree that it's hard. And it's not easy for anybody at all. But then the fact that it's hard doesn't mean it is impossible. It is possible. If others are able to do it, you can do it. And then you shouldn't just focus on just the end goal. So trusting the process, as we were talking about, like right now, everybody I wish I had millions, right? But then how do I even get to those millions? I wish there was this one thing that I'm doing right now that will fetch me so much money. But then hey, relax, I'm here. Having these sort of conversations, sitting behind my computer, learning by the day, trying the little things, and just trusting that this little improvements that I am putting in on daily basis will eventually get me to that end goal. It's not easy. Others have done it. You can do it. You just have to make sure that at every point in time you're stopping, reassessing yourself, and making sure that you are giving your best. I keep saying that back in school, in undergrad, I used to tell my colleagues that if we go to write an exams for which I know I wasn't prepared for the exams and I don't do as well as I really want to do, I blame myself a lot. And that means I would have to even end up punishing myself. But then if I put in all the efforts there is to put in, that I know to the bottom of my heart, like I really know that I did my best, I don't think at that point in time there was any much I could have done. If I failed totally in that exams, I'm still happy for myself because I know that genuinely I put in my best. So if that is what my best could yield at that time, maybe my best is just not enough and I need to improve on it. But I won't beat myself at all, knowing that I have done my best. And that's how I see life in general. So I am right now looking forward to living a life of no regret. I tried everything I could with the resources I had, the time that I had. I gave it my all. And maybe my all wasn't enough, and that is why I couldn't achieve the result. But at the end of the day, when I look back, I don't look back with regrets that I wish I had done this. I wish, no, like the opportunities that are available, am I making good use of them? Doing my best is always my goal. I mean, I'm not saying that I've been able to do that all the time, but then that is how I think about things right now. So, how can I maximize the time that I have now? How can I maximize the opportunities that I'm exposed to now? And all of that. That is my focus. So, it's not easy. We all know that. And everybody knows that. Seriously. But the catch is that others have done it. So, you and I can also do it. Huh. Tracy says that social media only show you the good parts. Of course, I mean people will not show you what's the hardship they are going through, but then they will just show you the things. In fact, I think when you begin to study more of what dopamine does, you'll understand why it is the case. You understand why it is the case, and we've sold out authenticity and vulnerability, and people do not even want to hear, like, you see, like that's the thing, like right now, for instance, social media, almost everybody is looking for the followers, the likes, you know. So if they post the struggles, a lot of people would not, humans are attracted to those flashy things. So if you're rather showing us the sweat, most people are not interested in it. And that's what is driving what we are seeing on social media right now. But hey, remember, you are different from them all. I think for me, that's what I think. I don't have to do things because everybody is doing it. And if you would want to listen to me, I don't want you to be listening to me because you perceive that my life is perfect. No. I want you to see we are all humans, like all the challenges, every one of us is going through it. So that the people who eventually stick to me and listening to what I have to say are people who are really interested in what I have to say. It's not a matter of just gathering any, and I think I've talked about this severally. So my perception about growing a following changed about 3 years ago, because about 3 years ago I just wanted, my goal was, oh, can I get any like people to follow me? That's all. That was the goal. Like, hey, I have this number of followers. I have this number of followers. But right now, they really do not mean anything to me. For as long as it is not about the value that these people are getting from me. So I'm more interested in, see, when those times, like on YouTube, for instance, if I created a YouTube channel, I'll share the link to my friends. Please subscribe. Oh, subscribe. Like, I'll do that. Or I'm about to do something and I'll share it to my friends. Please help me get this. Help. But now I've stopped. And if I share it, I'm not going to ask you to subscribe. I'm not going to ask you to. It's not like not ask you to subscribe. Like, I'm not going to force you to subscribe. I want you to do it because you really want it. So I want people to follow me because they really want to follow me. They like what I am doing. They think they can benefit from what I am doing and they want to follow it. So if you have checked, like, I've been here in Canada for close to 4 months now, but hardly will you see me post anything about it. And people do not even know that I'm outside the country. Even a lot of the people that I talk to are not aware, because that doesn't change anything. And that is not what I want to send out. It's not the kind of message I want to send out to people. The message I want to send out to people is really more of, hey, this state that you are in, it's possible to get to a different state. Like, I'm in the process. I'm trying to move, get better with my life. And I believe that every one of us is capable of doing it. So, as much as possible, let me carry as many people as possible along. And that's my end goal. So, if you want to follow me, I mean, I want you to, anything that I'm posting, I'm thinking of what value does this add to you. If you see me start posting just pictures of me, oh, I'm around here and I take a picture and I share it. I'm eating this food, I take a picture and share. I mean, I do take those pictures to, for, how will you call it, memory sake, so that I can go over them and think about this. And sometimes I share this with my family. I share those times with my family. But if I come to social media and I post to you, like, the food that I'm eating here, this thing that I've gone, like, this is how beautiful this place is, like, I'm not that kind of person, right? Because that's not the kind of value I'm trying to push out there. So we all have to stay true to ourselves, and please don't be deceived about all the glamour on social media. It's really not what it seems to be. And one time, I think I learned that from John Obidi, when he said that you have to learn to see beyond what the eye can see and to hear beyond what is being said. Very important. Start asking all those questions. If you see people, don't just assume things. Start asking questions. See beyond what the eye can really see and hear beyond what is being talked about or what the ears hear. Because sometimes a lot is happening, a lot is being said without being communicated with verbally. And you need to train yourself to be able to pick all of those up, so that if somebody is giving you bullshit, like, you would appreciate that, no, this is not true. This is not their reality. They are just cooking things out right now. Sis, So if you were to write a book, what would the title be and what would it be about? I mean, at the end of the day, almost everything that I've been writing, apart from the technical stuff that I write, my end goal is that there is a path that I'm going through that I haven't really found other people who have been through that path. But the reality is that there are a lot of people who have gone through that path before, except that they haven't documented much. So I don't get to say. And I want to be like that person that documents those things so that those who are also going to go through that same path, those who are going to go through that same path will be able to get that manual to go through it. So I haven't thought about, say, a title of a book, and I don't think that it is only just one book that I'm going to write, unless if books becomes a thing of a past in the near future. And I believe that these things that I'm recording, which are like available all the time, is what cumulates into that same thing that I'm talking about. If I'm to write a book, that's exactly what has inspired me to get here, what are the things that I've done to be able to get to where I've gotten to, what inspires me to keep going, those kind of things, so that the other person who is also currently in a similar shoes as myself will just see, okay, yeah, indeed, there is light at the end of the tunnel, and this light was not left at the end of the tunnel, it has been brought closer to me. I i see now, I can see that yes, there is indeed light. I don't need to get to the end to see it, you know. So I think that's essentially what, if I'm to write any book at all, those are the kind of things that will be in. But one other thing that I've realized is that depending on what stage of my life I am in, the things I talk about kind of change, even though the goal is still the same. Like the purpose is the same, but the substance in what I'm talking about changes. So I used to be the guy who was talking about, hey, you all need to go to school. When I was in junior high school, that was everything I was telling people, especially when I completed junior high school. I was convincing everybody to go to school, and even after high school, senior high school, it was similar. Like I was going all over the place, organizing events to convince people to go to school. I remember I started an NGO with some roommates of mine. We called it Future Developers Foundation. And that was the end goal. Be able to motivate people and keep them. We go to schools, organize events, do challenges, award these learners, that kind of thing. But at the end of the day, it's just to show them that this is what can make a difference. All right. So, yeah, I'm happy to have this discussion. Tracy was initially asking about how I am adapting to the new environment or something. Yeah, I mean, if you have realized, and even based on what I've spoken about not long ago, realize that that is not like a huge part of my life. Not, but about adjusting to everything here. I think the main thing is that the weather condition was a bit different, and but I'm getting used to it. Unfortunately for me, I happen to be in the room almost all the time, so not so much. When it comes to the people around, almost everyone I've met so far is very friendly. Everybody is happy to engage with you. Like I haven't really suffered any sort of racism or anything like that. Like everybody is friendly. I get to have conversations, interesting conversations with people when you move around. I get to play around. In fact, there are quite a number of Ghanaians that I've met here. So we go to play together and all of that. I'm adjusting fine. I think one guy who I met was like, "Oh, what do you miss about home?" And when I answered him, he asked, "Why don't you miss the food?" Like, I kind of get to eat exactly like how I used to eat at home because I prepare my own food. I hardly buy from outside. So there isn't much of a difference, right? And because the environment is as friendly as it is, and I'm almost always in my room, nothing really has changed. And I think I'm adjusting just fine. The only thing everybody has scared us about is the winter, which is showing its face soon. But then hopefully this month I go to get some winter clothing just to prepare myself for it so that I survive. When I came initially, my room was so cold. Like outside was the heat was really on outside, but then when you enter the room, the ACs are so cold. And unfortunately, we don't have like for the hostel I'm in, the regulators are not in the room, they are in the suite. So the four of us share a regulator to the AC. That means that if one person turns it on, it is for all of us. And people needed it, but I was suffering. But eventually, I'm getting used to the condition. And now, right now, my room feels so hot. I don't even know why. Probably the AC has been turned off, but it feels so hot right now. So yeah, I think generally that is how I'm adjusting here. I don't know if there is any specific questions that you have. But hey, I need to do some other work before I close. So if you are still awake and not asleep yet, then we can go for one more focus session. Okay. I am going to go for another one before I want to finish something before I go and eat. I'm very hungry right now, though, but I want to finish up with something before I go and eat. Michael, sorry. Yeah. So we have to go for a focus session and come back. Maybe in the course of the focus session, I'll go and get food so that after the next 60 minutes, we can have time to talk. Those of you who would want to talk. And hopefully this Friday, hopefully coming Friday, I don't have a class. I hope that I don't have any events to attend. I would at the end of the stream I would drop a link to a Zoom call on Friday where we all can get together on the Zoom, and that one I can hear from you and talk about everything. Uh Engine Technology is asking what's the session about. Michael, yes, I've not eaten. I'm here to go and eat. Yeah, so this is a study with me stream. We study together, then we have wonderful discussions, which I'm enjoying so much. And we're during the study periods, we have like focus periods where you are supposed to be studying whatever you're studying. Then during the breaks, we have discussions on just about anything. You can ask any questions on things you're studying and anything. I mean, you share your thought as well on anything you want to. So yeah, I hope that gives you an intro or an idea of what a stream is about. But guys, let's do the 60 minutes. Once again, this coming Friday, I'll try my best that after work or after the stream, which should probably be around 1:30 to 2 thereabouts, I'll share a Zoom link for you all to join on Zoom, and we can have all the one-on-one discussions that you want us to have. I mean, this is me just trying to do that sort of mentorship that everybody is asking of me that I don't think I'll be able to do, but doing it publicly. So I still keep getting requests, please, can you mentor me? Can you mentor me? And I don't know if people expect that. You know, the funny thing is when you engage them further, a lot of people say, oh, I want you to be able to set targets for me tell me what to learn. I'll go and learn it and report back to you. And I ask myself if this person really cares about me as an individual, because before you make any request of someone, you should always think about that person as well. Like, you want me to set targets for you, then give you what to go and learn, and I'll follow up on you. Do you even know like how I'm even struggling myself to stay on time with my own stuff? You know, to just keep up with my own things that are going on in my life is not easy. Working, studying at the same time, and now also, so I realized, I mean, a lot of these requests are coming, and I said, okay, fine. My break times, I could use my break times to do this kind of discussion, so that any help that anyone needs, I can provide it through these sessions. And still, when people reach out and you say, oh, I'm alive, like I'm live here, you can always reach me and ask your questions, people do not want that. I'm like, hey, people are like, I have people who are begging to have one-on-one mentorship sessions. Like, if you assume that there are just 5 people that are mentoring one-on-one, can you imagine the time that it's going to take me to do it? But then we never put ourselves in the shoes of the people that we look up to, so how can we imagine that? But yeah, so for me, I think I'm trying my best to optimize my time, to make enough time to help people. But I just hope that you all understand that even me as an individual, I don't have it figured out. I'm still trying. I'm still a student, right? There's definitely things that I'm trying to learn and get better at. And I don't want to say I wish I had a mentor, because for me, what I do, I call it public mentorship. Like, there are a lot of people that mentor me who do not even know me, because I consume everything from them. I'm not saying that I just copy what they are saying, but then by consuming their content and surrounding myself with their content all the time, it's as if I'm in their presence and they are talking to me every day. So the people that I've seen, these are my mentors. Like, people who I wish would be mentoring me, I don't really need to go and see them before I get that kind of mentorship from them. I get it by just consuming their content, reading their books, watching their videos, all of that. Okay, so in the bid to do this, now I'm going to add the Zoom sessions on Fridays that I'm available when we are about closing. Add the Zoom sessions. We have probably try and do live coding there for those who will be interested in. So yeah, let's get to the next focus session. As I said, I'll try and get some food. So if you see me move here, I'm probably going to get some food. Today I've talked a lot, so I'm going to get some food, but then we'll continue our discussion during the next break. All right. Okay, so I know, I'm glad that you are excited about the Zoom, and hopefully we get to do it on Friday. All the best, everyone. And let's continue the discussion during the next break. Hi, everyone. Oh. Hi, everyone. Sorry. Who? Mark. I hope. Yeah. Welcome, Mark. Today, I guess you are very, very, very late. And yeah. So, final break for the day. Sorry, I went out to get something to eat. Um. Yep. So, welcome. Yes, yes. Were we talking about something? Okay, yeah. So, any questions to close the session or anything to discuss? Today's Monday. I still have a lot of things on my to-do list that I've not been able to do. Imagine if you forgot you were streaming. But how do you forget that you are streaming when anyway? So what happened was that I think I checked when I checked the time, it was close to 90 minutes to the end of the stream. So I figured that if I go up there, I'll probably be able to finish everything before. And I already have food in the fridge, so I was just going to microwave food to eat. But I had to do one or two things to get the food ready, and it happens on Twitch. Interesting. Oh, it happened to one. Like, how did the person forget that they are streaming? I mean, when it becomes part of your routine, it's difficult to just forget about it. But I think it's possible. Whatever happens, because when I went up there, I was engaged by my colleagues, so we're having a conversation whilst I was eating. That's why I couldn't bring it down here. It says, "Oh, not really, not really." I mean, today because the first 1 hour we were having a lot of conversation, but then hey, so the reason why I usually close around 2 is to make some time for me to go walk around before I come back and continue with what I have to do. So half that's like half of the time that I have my day, like half the day. So I go out, go and walk, then I'll come back and continue work and study. Today in particular, right from here, I need to revisit some topics like for my assignment that is due tomorrow because my colleague called me earlier and says we are meeting to discuss the assignment this evening. So I need to take a look at it and prepare for that meeting. That means that I'm not really going back. Like, I'm not really going to be walking around. I still have a lot of things to do. Oh, interesting. Fighting tax to complete. I see. All the best in trying to complete that. Oh, really not easy like that. Is everyone else asleep by now? Can't imagine that it is 10 p.m. in Kenya at this time. Or those in the Eastern African time zone, it's 10 p.m. for them. That is still something I always stand in awe of, the difference in time. When I think in the past 2 3 months, the sun was settling here around 9 p.m. Now it's sets around 7 p.m. So previously used to be like around 7 p.m. Even around 7 p.m. you don't see any sign of darkness. So it was more of that long day thing they talk about. Because when I leave at 2, I still had, and because of that, I was able to always start work. Like I will be awake before 6 p.m. So I was always starting work at 6 p.m. Then I'm able to work for 8 hours. So by 2 p.m., that's 8 hours I've closed. But now the time is shifting and it's becoming a bit challenging because the sun sets around 7 p.m. But even with that, I still do not sleep early. Yesterday, for instance, I think I slept past 12, close to 1. Yeah, somewhere like that. Anyway, I think today was really, the conversation was really good. Marilla, you missed the first part of the conversation. That was the first 1 hour. And I'm glad we had that conversation, at least to begin the month with. And yeah, I'm very excited about what we are able to do in this particular month. All the best to every one of us. And tomorrow will be another day for us to gather together to learn and widen the gap. Yeah, Tracy, okay. I mean, it's understandable. It's past 10. You need to sleep. You need to sleep so that you wake up tomorrow to continue the work. All right. So, would bring the session to an end. I'll also go and try doing learning and doing my assignments. I'm doing project management. So, the assignments has to do with project management. I'm going to look into my book and learn small and go for my group discussion with my team members, my group members. And hopefully tomorrow we'll be back and have some great conversation as well as learn a lot of things. Today I haven't learned anything. It was just me replying to messages and checking out things. So hopefully tomorrow I get to learn. All the best, everyone. Good night and everything. Enjoy your sleep, whatever it is that you are doing. Enjoy it. And thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. And today we had a lot of different people on the stream. I hope that these people are people who would be coming back later, because as at now, I think this is like the stream with the highest number of views before the end of the stream. Currently, we have over 200 people who have been on the stream. So, yeah, thank you. I appreciate every one of you. And let's meet again, God willing, tomorrow and keep widening the gap between the men and the boys. Ooh, tomorrow it is. Bye bye. I usually sign off like this until we meet again. It's bye for now. I don't know where I got that one from, but yeah. Yeah. I'm just seeing it that over 200 people have seen the stream today. So, yeah, that's cool. Except that not everyone chats anyway. Bye bye, everyone. Bye bye.